Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Ooh, good morning. Good morning. Today should be exciting. Today might be verdict day. That's going to be my first poll, right? How long are we going to take to get to a verdict today for our guy, Mr. BB? Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Michelle. Hey, Christine. Okay. Hey, Marilda. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. You know, I was thinking to myself, I don't know, ladies, like, in all my, okay, if you anything like me, I need y'all to let me know, am I the only person out here to do this? Like, okay, so I wear earrings all the time, right? And for some reason, I like to take my earrings off, and I take them off in the weirdest places. Like, as soon as I'm able to kind of like take them off, I take my earrings off, and then I can never find them. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I just bought all these earrings and I can't find none of my earrings, not to the match, because I don't know where to, I just take them off any place. So I don't know where they at. I'm like, oh my goodness. What are you doing, lady? What is the point of that? To have the earrings. So I think they're going to show us, what they're going to be talking about in the jury. I'm not absolutely sure. But I figure I would want to talk about it. I know. I need like a little metal detector or something to find my earrings. Because I'm like, okay, now I just keep purchasing earrings for no reason. Just to lose them. Because that's all I'm going to do is lose them. I need to be more responsible and just stop taking my earrings off every place. Like, it'd be an earring in the car. It's just ridiculous. I have them everywhere. In the cars, just all types of different places for no reason at all. Let's see here. Yeah, I gotta. I didn't go to get me. I've been trying to do good with going to McDonald's and not going to McDonald's and getting my coffee. You say the kids, nah, they probably pay me no attention with me and my earrings and all. They so into their own little stuff now. They don't pay me no attention at all. Let me see. I am gonna get us a poll up. I guess I'm gonna say 2 hours because I want to see how long to avert it. I'm gonna put 3 to 4 in one thing. Okay. I got it up there now. That way we can see who we talking about here. Oh. Yeah, so guys, I don't know. In regards to Brendan's testimony yesterday, we can talk about that a little bit until court actually starts. Like, he was absolutely terrible. Out of all the witnesses, I mean, like I was telling y'all yesterday, I could believe Nick with Jim McIntyre more than I could believe him. And that's like really bad to say. Like, I can believe the imaginary friend because I could even also believe that Nick really, really thought somebody was threatening his life, but nobody was really threatening his life. But this guy here, it's just nothing that he could say. And then it's so bad that even after all the stuff he got on the stand and said, his boss was at home watching the trial like, but nah, I remember that day and I was in a whole nother state. And we didn't have a meeting. He didn't have a meeting with me. And I know he didn't have a meeting with his other boss. And, that don't add up. Let me find how to call the prosecutor's office. Let me dial 0. Excuse me, can I get the number to the prosecutor that's currently prosecuting Mr. Banfield? Yeah, that one right there. Let me call down there and let me tell them he lying. Like, what are the chances of that? Oh my, who does that? Like, he just couldn't let things go. Like, it was just burning his soul to know that Brendan was on the stand telling a story. I mean, that's like way too far. That's way too true crime for me. I want to know how many people would honestly sit there and call. Like, I don't know if I would call. Like, I don't know. I'd be like, I'm westing out that mess. They ain't come question me. I don't know. Snitches get stitches. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not hunting nobody down. But he felt the need. He was sitting on his couch watching the trial or in his office watching the trial and was like, Brendan is lying. I'm about to figure out how to get in touch with the prosecutor so I can tell the prosecutor exactly what he lying about. There's no way, no how. But to each his own. Everybody can decide exactly how they want to do things. I don't know if I would do that like that, but yeah, right, Morel? The boss was like, hey, no. Oh my goodness. I couldn't believe it. That was their surprise witness because I believe the other witness that came in and testified in regards to the voice analysis. I believe they already had him already scheduled as a rebuttal witness. But the surprise witness in the defense, like, oh, no. Who that be? We didn't prepare for him. If we knew he had this information, we would have never told that story, Judge. Like at the end, the judge, I don't know if y'all caught it, because he at the end, he wanted to ask him one more question. Judge told him no. She was like, no. So he didn't get to come back and ask his little final question that he wanted to ask. But yeah, like where they do that at? I would be like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Brendan did not prep for that to come out right like that. So yeah, they didn't want him up there testifying. I'm like, this is trial by ambush. Good morning, Natasha. I'd be like, this is trial by ambush. Who told him he could be sitting on his couch watching the trial and then coming in here and giving that information? He had the information 3 years ago. He should have been saying something in. I'm pretty sure they talked to the boss and all of that stuff, right? I just can't believe that somebody would sit at home and be, because he had to be watching the trial. Because they said it. They said that it's some new information that came to them from somebody that was sitting there. We just like no meeting, dressed different. Oh, that's crazy work. That's diabolical. I don't want my boss coming in there testifying. He must didn't like Brendan. He must didn't like Brendan at all. Brendan must not have been on his job. He must not have been doing his work like he should have been doing his work. Yeah, he had to be dressed like Saturday. He is such a mess. And then, just that unbelievable story, like, if you gonna come into the house and you got the nanny and the baby behind you, you don't know who this person is that's in your house, right? And you saying that you kind of preparing that it may be her still having an affair, right? If that's the case, then you really don't need the nanny there for that, or your daughter there to catch the mom in the affair. Like, they can go on about their business. Why are we bringing them in the house to even put them in harm's way, or even let them see that? So that part didn't make sense to me at all. If they was planning this out like completely correct, like, she should have been gone about her business, and I don't know, maybe said she had to go back to get the lunch. She saw it, she saw this car. She called Brendan. Once Brendan arrived, Juliana should have been like, I left at that point in time and we went to the zoo. We went to the zoo like we had planned, and he could have got on the stand and been like, yeah, I sent them to the zoo because I did not want to subject my child or the nanny to any dangerous situation. I am a officer of the law, and I didn't want to subject them to my wife's affair. I don't know. So I don't know why he would do that. And so that part right there does not make sense to me. And that's why I'm like, ain't nobody got time for you and your stories. And Juliana was like, she out on this mess. She about to take her deal, and I do mean all her deals. She about to take her movie deal, her Netflix deal, her Hulu deal, her book deal, and her deal to go back to Brazil. She ain't playing. She said she out on this. Brendan, you should have planned this better. But she is something else, because even the nerve and the thoughts to even go and be laying up in that same room. Yeah, all of this stuff happened. Like, I couldn't imagine. Like, they just in there rolling around in the bed and they know they unalive somebody in that bedroom. Ew, I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, you have to tear the whole house down. We would have to move. That couldn't be the place for us, boo. But no. They was willing and ready to roll around in that room. I think the most they did is got a new bed set, pulled up the carpet, threw all her stuff off the dresser, replaced it with her stuff, with the nanny stuff, and put her right out the room. You say the baby names? Oh yeah, they was doing it all. Way too much. I'm like, and I never seen men like, and maybe I'm wrong. He writing all these 4-page letters. Like, I didn't know men do all that writing. I didn't know. Like, I guess I have not met the man that does all that doggone writing. Most of them be short and sweet to the point. Like, he was doing a lot of writing, confessing his undying love to her. I don't know what Brendan was thinking, or her. So it look like we still, we not dark. They got the thing in the courtroom. I gotta make sure I put my phone on do not disturb, because if not, we will have all that dang on dinging. Baby names. Yeah, that was going on a little family. I would have to wonder, like, if a guy like that is doing something like that, like, what would be the chances? What he gonna do to me? That would be my only concern with stuff like that. Like, if you willing to offer, like, you really ready to get rid of her, and you probably gonna get rid of you too. Let's see here. So I think while we are waiting, I was about to say, wait a minute, what does it mean upcoming? I already got it in here. And let's do this. Let me go to the channel page to view. Our Canero trial is dark today too. I know I could keep listening to this cross-examination over and over again, but I won't take y'all there with that. She crossed him up so much, I could watch it over and over again. But I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna find another portion for us to watch. I know, and listening to him on the stand is like, ew. I think I'll listen. We'll start. We'll listen. I'll listen to the part when he got on the stand yesterday. Because I know the first day when he got on stand, all he was describing was him and Juliana. Yeah, I mean, not him and Juliana, his life with Christine, and when his baby was 0, like, I don't know what the fuck 0 is, but when his baby was 0, that stuff. I don't want to hear that mess. So let's go to where he is. Oh, how do I have to do this? Wait a minute. I got to do this some kind of way. Y'all have 2 of me up here. Okay.
I had specific information that was.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023. Had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you, had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023 at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
And she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was
See that right there. So she couldn't be extended as an au pair at that point in time. I think that was a good opportunity and a good way for him to blame this all on her. No matter what, I just think that this was a good opportunity for him to blame this all on her in some way. She didn't want to go back to Brazil. She could not get her visa extended. She wanted to be with me. Oh, he should have blamed this all on her at this point in time. I think that he would have had a better chance.
How long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that. It wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
See, that's another big point and take away from his story when he doing this, like, and she asked him on cross, why didn't you call 911? Why did you have Juliana call 911 before you even got there? Even if you get there, and I guess in his mindset, he trying to say that he thought it was just another one of her affairs, because that's what they did. They just had affairs on each other, according to him, allegedly. When it's convenient for him, we was just out here having affairs. We were just cheating on each other. I wasn't the only cheater. She was a cheater too. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Hey, pretty, how you doing? You say you so glad he off. We still got him on the stand this morning. We got him on the stand so we could to court start. They haven't started yet. I was hoping that we was gonna be able to hear some of the arguments. I'm assuming that they're not in there because it does not show it. So they got us looking at the seal. So we listening to him and his mess and breaking it down.
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay, why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of.
Okay, guys, so I do see movement in the courtroom, so I am going to take us directly in there so we don't miss a moment of this action. Let me go ahead and get that up here and see what they're going to let us talk about, what we're going to be able to see today.
So there was a little
Blip, Judge.
blip, but we seem to have taken care of it. We got your clean parts now, and then you had the 20 that you wanted to put the two together, which, if you want to take a look at it,
Yes.
if you want to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted to add 20, but you had two 20s. So we combined them, Shannon combined them for you. Is that?
Yeah.
And there's no objection to 20.
No, ma'am.
All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the record, and we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right, so the jury instructions we read, instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, F, G, X, N, O, P, T, 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 36, and 20. Okay? All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury out?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I think this one's on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So for juror number 2, I'm going to have to put you on the payroll. You keep that door open every time you come back. I really appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in this case. All right, before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will give you the instructions of the law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 12 jurors of what the evidence in this case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, remember your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence, and you should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, a reminder that the court has sealed the names of the jurors for a year. Just wanted to make sure I remind you of that. Okay, as far as the jury instructions are involved, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the jury room with you, and we'll make copies for all 12 jurors, okay? So you don't need to take notes on them right now, but I would ask for your attention when I read them, okay? With respect to the instructions I'm about to give, you might notice that at the top of them, some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered. You not have to concern yourself with that. You're just looking at the body of the instruction themselves, okay? Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the Commonwealth's case and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? Brendan Banfield is presumed to be innocent. You should not assume that he is guilty because he has been charged and is on trial. This presumption of innocence remains with him throughout the trial and is enough to require you to find him not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth proves each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not require proof beyond all possible doubt, nor is the Commonwealth required to disprove every conceivable circumstance of innocence. However, suspicion or probability of guilt is not enough for conviction. There is no burden on Brendan Banfield to produce any evidence. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on your sound judgment after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may also be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable conclusions from the evidence. You may convict Brendan Banfield on circumstantial evidence alone, or on circumstantial evidence combined with other evidence if you believe from all the evidence that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the Commonwealth relies upon circumstantial evidence, the circumstances proved must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence. It is not sufficient that the circumstances proved create a suspicion of guilt, however strong, or even a probability of guilt. The evidence as a whole must exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any has been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you've considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may decide which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. If you believe from the evidence that a witness other than Brendan Banfield previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is for its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said is true. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred within a 3-year period. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred as part of the same act or transaction. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. Willful, deliberate, and premeditated means a specific intent to kill adopted at some time before the killing, but which need not exist for any particular length of time. A willful act is one done with a bad purpose or without justifiable excuse, or without ground for believing it is lawful. A willful act is intentional or knowing or voluntary as distinguished from accidental. The terms bad purpose or without justifiable excuse require knowledge that the particular conduct will likely result in injury or illegality. To prove the charge of murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove a motive for the killing. The presence or absence of a motive may be considered in arriving at your verdict. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of using a firearm while committing or attempting to commit murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield used a firearm. And number two, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concerted action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Perez Magales has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if we can have the display for the jury activated from our table, and it does include sealed exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the gallery.
Just to the jury and not
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count, that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex, but you have zero evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Lidsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine. It was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02, 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Dalligraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dalligraph walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. They created accounts, they chatted up potential victims, they got Joe Ryan into the house, and then they shot him. Brendan stabbed Christine, let her bleed out on the floor, and then dripped, smeared, and wiped her blood on Joseph Ryan's body to make it look like he had attacked Christine. Then they called the police. Brendan let Juliana take the fall, and it took a little bit of doing, but here we are, and it's his turn to be held accountable. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we've presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years. As we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concerted action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concerted action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight. But that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Chair. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
closing arguments.
Sharon, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the?
You can.
Thank
I
you.
just need to get the microphone.
It's on. Yeah, it's on something.
Well, gosh, her closing arguments were kind of short and sweet. It sounds like she over this case. Now, how long y'all think he about to be up here? He about to be up here until this afternoon trying to confuse this jury. Oh boy, talking about let him bring a bottle of water. Man, uh-oh, we in for a ride. Let's go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient.
I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells, yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't their fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about. We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife, rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moves the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sand says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all of those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times. And you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it. And he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Perez Magalay's statement. Excuse me one second. So there, number one, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the two people in command staff, actually the three people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruce, formerly Deputy Chief Bruce, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giaccio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Perez Magalhães changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giaccio, saying there's different ways, there's 3 different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is 2 sergeant names. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes. So that's twice now. 2 different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product, that's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified, as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Perez Magalhaes, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you that whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting Brendan Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Perez Magalhaes provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation, because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Perez Magalhaes managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear, and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt. Because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house. Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner based upon his Easy Pass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Perez Magalhães, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. 2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided, both to Juliana Perez Magalhães as well as my client in preparation for her trial, FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No, we were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Perez Magalhães. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. and it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media, at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? There are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asks for a continuance. And oddly enough, he was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction in here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, I mean, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And we, and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinyl Light Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies And the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act. Why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Perez Magalhaes adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Perez Magalhaes is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, well, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Interestingly, Ms. Groff says, all I saw was his hands around Christine's neck. I don't know that that's not accurate, but that's probably not what was really going on there, because everyone else said he was rendering aid. The police witnesses, who are more objective than the expert witness for the Commonwealth, all say that he was rendering aid. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured. But he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what the Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence, is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the prosecution's evidence. Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. That's also supported by those same forensics reports. He doesn't have any injuries to his hands. That was confirmed by EMTs. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now. He was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with. And he was walking around with blood all over his hands. And it was only after he was told that his wife had died and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do. And it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brendan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement. And frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this. When
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give you a chance.
Probably about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research. Just come back at 11:55, right? 11:55. Right.
Thank you.
All rise.
The judge, like, I need a break from this, and I know the jury need a break. I'll tell you, the prosecution, she was in and out of there. I don't know what he is doing besides putting the jury to sleep. The prosecution's closing statement was 15 minutes, y'all. It was 15 minutes. It was very, very strategic. And I think it was very, very smart of her to go in there like that, because she knew that, and I'm sure she gets a rebuttal, but she just basically, in her, I don't know what he doing, but I can tell you what she did. She walked him through the aggravated murder elements, also that use of a firearm, that same transaction / occurrence, right? Because they want to get him for both of them. So Christine and Ryan, and the child endangerment, because she said he could have got a babysitter. You could have got a babysitter or did it on another day. Or how about you just don't do this crap at all? So I definitely give her that, and putting it all into the form of premeditation. His phone activity, the lock system manipulation. Remember, because they unlocked the phone with Christine's phone, and then threw Christine's phone in the drawer in some place that she probably don't never visit. So when they calling him and Juliana both calling, the calls that were placed before 911. So she put all of that stuff into perspective for the jury and kind of wrapped it all up. Then she talked a little bit about the blood pattern in between the fingers, the type of knife, the gunshot wounds. No, he was shot in the head. Where was he moving to? He wasn't going nowhere. What you mean you moving the knife? You know exactly where you shot him. She talked about how the gravity of the blood going down Ryan's body, like how it would make it be. So the towels, I heard all of that, the inconsistencies with the towels and everything like that. So yeah. So it just doesn't make sense. And they didn't make it make sense. And they didn't bring any evidence that made sense. The only thing that I could see that were maybe some weak points is her the emotional framing behind it, about the family, the baby. I don't know if they're going to be persuaded to that part, but we'll see. Does the prosecutor go again after the defense? I hope so. I hope so. So she can come back and do her rebuttal, because we know it's going to be clear, organized. It's going to be focused on the physical evidence and also that premeditation, right? Because they want to get them for both. They aimed it, and like I said, she was only up there 20 minutes. So I think she's real confident in her case. I hope not overly confident, but we shall see. I don't know what the defense is doing, so I can't really tell y'all, because he just sound like womp 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 womp. I have no clue what he is doing in that regard. So we shall see what he decides to do when he gets back. He said he got another 30 to 45 minutes. I mean, and all the evidence that was presented in the case was from them. The defense brought in over almost 400 exhibits. 400. That is a lot of exhibits. I wonder how many exhibits the state has. And it's so funny because he is like mentioning what exhibits they should be looking at, and the jury probably writing them down, and they're gonna look at it and they're gonna be like, why did he give us this? This proves that his client is guilty. But I digress. Here, guys, let me see. I'm gonna put on her opening statements. It's only well, no, I bet not, because they'll be back in like 10 minutes. So I won't do that. This is what we'll do. We'll try to wake some of y'all up. Oh, twerking Tina.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You see my bird,
Yeah. Here comes Barbara in the chat, girl, she right on time. Sweet Pea got the trials rolling, Barbara dropping the lines. She's a mama to 2 boys, gives them love every day. Autism warriors in her home, and she leads the way. And her husband's been through storms, but she's holding him down. A caretaker with She knows the game. First date on the timeline and receipts on the frame. She's looking for the missing kids like a mission from above. Heart, big feet moving. She's a justice power dove and generous as heaven, giving spirit on display. Barbara lives this whole community in her own special way. Cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay? And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet Pea every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. Yeah, she be laughing in the chat, cracking jokes left and right. Keeping spirits lifted even in the darkest night. A supporter of the channel, honey, loyal and true. If Sweet Pea goes live, you know Barbara's there too. She brings fire to the panel, brings fun to the fam. Typing fast with that says, girl, she don't give a damn. If a troll tries to flex, she just swats him away. Not today, sweetheart, that's the Barbara way. When the courtroom drags, she keeps the vibe alive. When the mod squad's tired, she helps the tribe survive. She's the kind of chatter every channel hopes for. A legend in the chat room, say no more, cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay? And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet Pea every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. So here's to Barbara, our queen of the screen. A hero, a mama, a courtroom machine. For the missing, for justice, for family, she stands. And she gives with a heart bigger than the whole damn land. Take it to trial, loves you, girl. Now drop that gavel in your hands.
Barb don't play out here in these streets. Y'all better get it together. That's good. That's all right, Roseanne. You say you a trucker. You can't be commenting while you driving, but you be definitely want to say some things. Y'all know that's right. So you say listening is just fine. There a little music for that truck drive. I tell you, this man here. Oh man, talking about he got another 30 to 40 minutes. So the jury gonna have time today. So it sounds like they'll be done with whatever they need to do by lunchtime. The jury will go back there, have them some lunch, and they'll come back and make sure the case is over with so they can be able to not come back. Like there's no reason for them to have to come back Monday. That's what I can definitely say. So we'll leave the room open. And I guess if y'all, we'll find something. Maybe I should put out a survey on what testimony we want to rewatch while we wait on the verdict. There is no, I know the Canero trial, we do got 1 day of that to complete. Yesterday's testimony. So I think that, I don't know if we're going to do that today. I don't know if we should do that today or not. I guess it would be up to you guys. If y'all want to do that, then we can do that. I am, yeah, that's about all I got. That's all I can think of right now off the cuff at the top of my head. I'm trying to figure out, I need some Wheaties. That's what I need, some Wheaties. Yeah, and I tried to see if I could find some more extra testimony for our guy Ellis. I haven't found any, just so y'all know, but I am still looking. I still want to look into all the other people that was in there, but I'll get to that. Yeah, so we got that. And let's see here. Roxanne, they want to know if you a long haul truck driver or just local. How long do you think that the jury will take to deliberate? Let's see what our poll says. Let me see what y'all say. We got 43% says 2 hours, 3 to 4 hours, 30%, Monday, 24%. And then we got 3% that says a hung jury. Interesting. A hung jury. Yikes. You pick Monday? No, I think that they're going to come back with a decision today. I think the jury wants to be over this case. I don't think it's, yeah, I think the jury wants to be over them. So I don't think we're going to have that problem. Me personally. Hey, Susie. What's up, Susie? Yeah, so yeah, I don't think the jury gonna have a hard time with figuring this one out. Me personally, but we'll see. Really? Oh, you in Ohio today? That's my stomping ground. That's where I'm from. I hope them roads is okay. Boy, oh boy. I always wanted, I'm like Marilda, like I think Marilda put in there that she always wanted to be a truck driver. I always thought it was fascinating. They're the best drivers on the road, but I was like, I don't know if I can classify myself as the best driver. So shout out to you. Especially being I wanted to always go live in the back of the what are they called? The cabs. Like just keep on moving. Like I don't even need a house. I'm just gonna stay in the back of my cab. You did too, SD. Well, women always want to be some long haul truck drivers. If you see it, I tell you. But I was like, I don't know, because when I make that turn on the corner, I can't stand if it's a whole bunch of butt behind me, like a whole bunch of like I call it. I don't want all that behind me. You did too, pretty. Wow, we got to live through Roseanne. We got to live through her because she out there doing it. We was all some scaredy cats and wouldn't do it. I was like, well, how do you, when you turn the wheel, you got to be so wide. The turn got to be so wide. And do I got to watch the back of it? And oh my, I don't think I want to be bothered. So shout out to you. He say that the serial killers are truck drivers. We're just like, because they can go state to state. Hey. You know what it is. Go state to state. Getting it right off. Right. Yeah. That's awesome. So we got a couple more minutes. I'm assuming that they'll probably be back fairly soon. Susie said $3. Guilty as charged is my vote. Thank you. So I think so too. I think he's gonna be guilty. Send that super chat say he guilty as charged. I can drive 24-foot U-Hauls, drunky, barely. Yeah, I can do a U-Haul. Yeah, and that's only because the it's like they got like the high low, like it's like you almost driving a car because you know in the U-Haul it's the truck part they kind of go the back part where you put all the furniture and stuff or whatever you're doing back there. We hope so because she need to come back and tie this up in a bow and say it real quickly so the jury because they probably got all lost in his minutia. Yes, oh, here they go. They back. Y'all boy back. Guess who's back?
We're ready for the jury. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report, they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that. And it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that. And she was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or it sliding or something like that. What we were looking for and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm. You don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client, though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Perez Magalhães are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram, shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. Inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd, we saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise, and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Perez Magalhaes' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Perez starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are time-stamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense Exhibit number 358. Defense Exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying police. That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if we'd had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And might leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument. Switch over the mic again, Mr. Karen.
Thanks. All right, just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Bristler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's gonna give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support? The defendant took the stand and he lied. And he lied about collateral matters. He told you that he had a big career-defining work meeting the morning of the murder. And then you heard from his boss who said, no, he didn't. He lied. He said that he and Juliana did not have a plan to kill Christine at the time that they went to the shooting range. Well, he said not at that time. If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to pick one. Juliana, Mr. Banfield. Whose story does the evidence support? All of that blood, the DNA, to some extent, the digital forensics, the physical evidence collected at the scene. That's what you can rely on. Don't rely on his narrative and his recollection of the evidence. For that reason, don't rely on mine or on Ms. Frissler's. Rely on yours. It is your collective recollection of the evidence that you have heard that is controlling. You know what was said here. You know what the evidence is. We trust you to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the Commonwealth and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, a verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access. And you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the 4-person signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard: 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count. Okay, so each form is separately. So each form, upon the finishing of your deliberations, should have the signature of the foreperson just on 1 space on each form. Okay, if you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, then that's not the way it works. Okay, so just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates, okay? We still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all, and have taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case, that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred, and then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, you have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26, number 24, and number 38. So if you could follow Deputy Johnson out at this time. (26, 17, 24, and 38). 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate, and at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to, and you can let the court know. If you're still deliberating next week, you can let the court know if you want to come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine. When you're done for the evening, I know there's one juror that has to be done by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks, and you can make them an hour, you can make them a half hour, you can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We'll make sure we take care of that. All right. Do we have another deputy that can? All right. I can excuse you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
Judge, while we're waiting on that moment, can we approach on one?
Sure.
Well, she came in here and she, I mean, like, she wrapped up what he had to say in 2 minutes. Like, no, he got the exhibit wrong, so let me give y'all the right exhibit. No, that did not happen.
Gentlemen, just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you. You can now go to deliberate.
Yeah, see, I don't think I wouldn't mind being on the jury. I would be mad, like, if I wasn't picked to deliberate. Like, I wasted all my time and I can't even make a decision? Dude. Yeah, I think they'll probably go to lunch.
All right. If you want to review the verdict forms before they go back as well. The laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
Thank you. All rise.
Oh, they got a clock now? It must be their first time using their clock. Let me see. I never even noticed they had a clock on Law and Crime. I know Court TV has a clock. I've never seen a clock on Law and Crime. But yeah, there we go. We are officially in verdict watch. Brendan can sit on his hands. I don't know what he gonna do. Yeah, I know what he gonna do. He about to be guilty. Guilty real quick. I'm so glad she ain't waste no more of the jury's time. Just got in there and did her little corrections and left on out. Hey, Macro. Yeah, he guilty by our accounts. He surely is. He surely is. I don't know. But whatever he wanted to say to the judge, it was inappropriate because his attorney didn't let him ask the question. And just want to go back. Shout out to Susie and Melanie and SD Super Surf Girl with all the super chats during when we were listening to our closing arguments, telling our man to sit on down. Barb, a member for 3 months. Thank you so much for continuing your continuous support. And therapists, I know, 6 months in the game. Wow. You didn't see that part. Yeah, it was at the end. It was at the end of his testimony yesterday when he was about to get off. No, was it at the end of his testimony? No, I think it was at the end of her cross. And he was like, he was like, Judge, I would like to ask you a question. Judge was like, no, I think you need to ask your attorney first. Yeah. And his attorney went up there and was like, I don't think that's an appropriate question for you, Judge. So he probably will retire after this case. Like, this is probably way too much. So I definitely know that if I put a poll out there, I'm pretty sure, let's see where we at with our other poll. So yeah, do you think the defense proved the state's case? And yeah, they did, right? I think so. 64% says yes. We got 36% that says no. Yes, we are definitely in verdict watch. Okay, you just it was before redirect. Yep. Okay. Yeah, just in time. Oh, so you missed all his dry closings? Oh, I shall plan for you again. So it looks like, from what I could tell, I got a courtroom call. Let's see. So she said that somebody has to leave at 2:30. So we definitely probably know that if they have not reached a verdict by, no, somebody has to leave at 4:30, which is 2:30 my time. It is going to be 1:30 SD and them time, Cali time. And then I think it's gonna be like 3:30 Central Time. So if y'all want to keep, if we don't have a verdict by that time, we're probably not going to have a verdict. Yeah, her rebuttal was real quick and short and to the point. Now, is there any testimony or anything that y'all want to rewatch while we wait for the verdict? I just don't know if I can watch any of him. So y'all can ask me a lot of things or ask me to do a lot of things. I just don't know how much I want to do of him. And when I say him, I'm talking about the actual defense attorney. What? I'm like, oh no, you heard me say that coming out my mouth. Like, I don't know if I can muster him. That's all. You want to listen to her? Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since we heard from Miss Juliana. I just know I cannot listen to his testimony. Anything that got to do with him, like I might can't even do cross with him. Yeah, because she testified on day one. Yeah, we've been in this trial 2 weeks. You don't have a vote? No vote. You say you'll struggle to keep a neutral face? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Okay, so let me get Juliana's testimony queued up for us. I mean, like her testimony is like the only one that I can think of that I would even want to think about seeing. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to go through the cross with oh boy. Because everything is just so slow with him. Oh, look, I got the same position the judge got. Wait a minute, look. Almost, look. Like, what's going on? What's really going on, y'all? Okay, let me make sure I got the verdict watch on another screen. I technically don't think they got the verdict watch like they've been back there 7 minutes and 50. I don't think that's been the case, right? We can say that they probably ain't even got back there and started deliberating. They probably still getting their paper together. But I'm assuming that the verdict clock will stop when they go to lunch. So if they do go to lunch, I'll let you know.
Have a seat. Okay, are we ready for the jury? Ready for the jury, Mr. Carroll? All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Commonwealth, your next witness.
Our next witness is Juliana Perez Magliahis.
All right, ma'am, if you could stand and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes. Thank you.
Now you can have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
I don't care what nobody say. This is Brenda's turn to stand up and say objection. I do not know who she is. Who is that taking the stand? I do not know her. That is not the woman that I fell in love with. Who that be? Oh gosh. He just I really feel like he should have got up and said objection. I do not know who she is. Or her lawyer should have said that is not the lady in the picture. That is not the person that y'all arrested. Who is that?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Perez, Peres, Magalhães, Magalhaes.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield,
When did you meet him?
back in October 2021, 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States,
Yes.
it was October
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
Professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family. And yeah.
Okay.
basically.
Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes.
How much?
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years. But as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah.
And then did you extend that stay?
Yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think it might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked with them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife, Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah.
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family.
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
It was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke. Like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all.
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know, no.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just,
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
she was 3.5, yes,
I'm sorry, say that again.
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfield's home while you lived there too?
No,
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
yeah,
Who was that?
it was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah,
Do you know what their jobs were?
man, Christina was RN and Brenna was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes,
How did it change?
it became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay, you said you told some friends about it.
Yeah,
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes,
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54. This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes,
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the
Yep.
first one to the jury. Can you tell us who's under the emoji here?
it's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise. And then this one, Commonwealth's 53. Can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand,
And whose leg is that?
my leg.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes,
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54. Who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
as the previous one?
Mhm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
I need you. I miss you. And now I wonder.
If I could point to the sky. I know this song. I seen it on another song, but whatever. They're not gonna let me play that. Oh gosh, what they do that for?
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was 21.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when that talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about where he was, what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved and Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have to share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money plus she would have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah.
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And Were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah,
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah,
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Fat Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it, and that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
And at that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes,
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
yes,
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the document?
Oh, it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah,
Is that your signature there on page 6?
yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I'd say back in December.
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
It's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes,
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
no, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine, and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes,
And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia and
And was there a photograph added to that profile?
yes.
Who is the photograph of?
It's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
I hear that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It was the FetLife account.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealths 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, and I'm going to run back through them.
58.
Okay. So Commonwealth 58, is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yes.
And the about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brendan.
And then in 59, Commonwealth 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
Yes.
profile? And then Commonwealth 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat it again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an what's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay,
Understood. All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
It's a post made on the profile
And what website was this posted on?
of FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she used to throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys. They would also text looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was the what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Well, because the person would be eventually the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, Who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people,
Yes.
you asked. Sometimes it'll be him, sometimes it'll be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes,
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
she was home.
Always?
Yes,
Why?
because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that like whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the investigation, why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought, like, in advance, he knew how the investigation would go. Like, he always knew, and yeah.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Yeah, why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation
Why?
because there would be murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine 2 weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge, Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
There's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kerr? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
So, let me see. Yep. I'm gonna move on. Having a couple of technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute, and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
and he took his car, his work car, and they took the white car his to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't, it's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting.
Yeah.
And so
Asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were
Okay,
out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan?
And did he say why?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones are, where our phones pin. And so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that, because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home. And other times I wouldn't be home. And so there would be no way to actually prove it. And that's the alibis Pete talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym, and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I get home before him, and for me to log in the account and, text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind, and he would leave earlier. So he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Reston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second. Jury, it's already in evidence in the gavel.
These were.
Oh, sealed. No, okay. Yeah.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth 66, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
That's Joe.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67. The Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72 one at a time.
Can you go back to that numbers?
Go back to that.
Yeah. You're still connected.
They're the same.
Okay.
And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets. and
Okay, do you want to
Stay with me?
Yeah, we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only. And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. They're,
But if you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. You need to see them, is that what you? Okay, I'm sorry, just if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right, so you need to see.
My
Okay,
client and I need to
So
see.
you go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
Is that the one
That
that's
is-
on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence under seal. Is this 69 we're
This
looking
is
at now?
69.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal.
No objection.
That's 67? Is that correct? I'm sorry, 70?
That's 70.
70, okay, 70 under seal.
71. We could look at 71.
No objection.
All right, 71 under seal, and then 72.
It's funny, the CC even put snorts.
No objection.
All right, so 72 also under seal. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could go back to 68.
They even put clear throat. Oh gosh, it's catching every noise and putting it in.
Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay, and you see again in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay, so we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone. So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, it's plan was for the person to come in the house.
And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69. So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
Right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to FET world, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mhm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No,
Why not?
because again, it needs somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so because of the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No,
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready, ready. I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452-721-523.
yes,
Yes, okay. So this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
Yes.
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931.
Hey guys. So I found something that we may find interesting just to poke around in. If you guys just bear with me. I found where we could see some of the exhibits that they didn't show us. So let me get this off and let me share this screen. So remember when he was talking about that warrior dash? That's them at the warrior dash. This was, so it's like a big list. Let me show y'all. Y'all see it? Y'all like poking around? Well, let's be nosy. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what else we can find. We so nosy. Y'all so nosy. Y'all don't look like nothing. Wait a minute. I'm trying to find some stuff that look like something. You know, the defense was just entering exhibits. So these is all Brandon's exhibits. I don't know what this stuff that he was entering in. You know, they was entering in labels. Okay, so the ones that got that are let me see. So I've noticed the ones that are actual pictures. Okay, I'm just clicking through here to see what else is good for us to see. I mean, the defense probably really didn't show nothing. Let me see if I can go into. Let's go see what was done on the 19th. Can y'all hear that? Were y'all able to hear that? I don't know what kind of recording it is. 'Cause I'm just clicking on stuff. I better stop all this doggone clicking. Let me see. Let's see what it says. Oh, okay. So that's the 911 call that they admitted into evidence. Were you able to hear it? That was the 911 call. Let's see. I don't know. Was this Ryan's shirt? That might have been Ryan's shirt. Backstreet Boys, that's probably more Ryan stuff because Joseph Ryan stuff because I know that he was in like a t-shirt. Oh, look at that. That showed a bullet hole, y'all. Y'all see it? Y'all see did y'all see the book? Oh, wait a minute. Let me sorry. Right here. Y'all see it? It's close up. A little bullet hole.
Please leave your message for
57142621112. Hello, this is Fairfax County 911. We had a call from this number. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This call was named error. You can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24, 2023, 7:48:40.
Okay, could y'all hear the call in? Okay, so that was the 911 call where she didn't answer when they called her back. It's a screenshot of a phone. I don't know whose phone this is. It was just a 911 call of them calling her back, but at least now I know I got to share the entire screen for y'all to hear it.
Two 2023 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911. Where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my friend. She just was stuck in the night now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address. Okay, 13. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way. Are you on Stablebrook Way? What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
It's my wife.
It's just bleeding. I just know what to do.
Okay. So I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure. Don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it. And don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And, sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all. And don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
Well, one in one. He's living.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
I just how her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally. She's just not responding to you?
Oh. She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more clothes who's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you?
What?
Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
They're in the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Can you just send help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
No, whenever things are the person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but
Okay.
it's so.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
Yeah.
Unlock the door.
Okay. I'm gonna lock the door. What is it again?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir. And now you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay. I locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay?
I just for them?
You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we? Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay, they're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's
Okay.
okay.
Two is in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know if the officers are with you.
When they come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak to the police, okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's the gun at?
We need help.
Where's the gun at?
It's up here.
Right here on the bed.
He's in the house with you. So, we know.
My house.
This is going on.
Anybody downstairs?
My God.
February 24, 2023, 8:10:38.
So who wore glasses? Do y'all remember who wore glasses? Somebody's glasses was bloody. Ooh. Y'all recall who was wearing glasses? Juliana? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought she had graduated to contacts, and the reason why she don't have contacts in is because she in jail. I don't know what this means. Can anybody translate? Is that Brendan behind her? We need translation. Okay, can you ask the chat so we can know what they talking about? Because they in the tub and there's somebody behind. They gotta be him. And he holding her. And they in the bath because I see the bubbles. They got the bubbly in there, the scrubble with bubbles. They taking a bubble bath. Oh, she was everything to him, as the. She don't look like twerking Tina up there. Oh, guy. Is that what that means? Oh, guys, I've been really horny and in love since July of last year. Whoa. BB was putting it down. He was putting it down like a clown. Oh, wait a minute. Here go the video, y'all. Wait a minute. Let me show it to y'all. I can't show it with the music. I can't let y'all. Oh, this is where the song come from. Wait a minute.
I know the chorus.
Oh, they sing it together. Oh, so that's what that was for. So that's the video, and she puts these things over his face. And I guess they were in New York at this point in time. So that's the video that we kept hearing with the song. I don't know. Pretty Brown need a translation. So this is all the evidence that the jury is seeing that we going through, guys. Just so y'all know. So this is the video that popped up when we listened to her testimony. I was trying to blow my cover. You wait for translation to come through. This was January the 14th, 2023. This is probably like what, a month prior to the redrumming. Oh, they was having them a good old time. Okay, Pretty Brown gonna get us the verification up on what we looking at so we'll know. Let me go to the next thing that we got. Oh, she was posting everything, baby. Okay, this is new. This got this New Year's Eve, baby. He got his hand up on her hip. That's probably not her hip. Y'all know that's her leg. Oh, she love taking pictures. Oh, because I made him sing with me in the car. He's American, but he has never watched White Chicks. So I told him about it, that part. Interesting. Oh, they was doing it up. This another video, y'all. She didn't want nobody to know who he was. It was like her secret love affair. Because she didn't want nobody to know who he was. That's what I could tell you. So this is her au pair agreement, guys, that she had to sign in order to become an au pair. She did this October the 29th, 2022. We seen this photo of them at the gun range. I think they showed that one to us. I guess this is still frame from the body cam footage. Here's the Telegram conversations. Hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Good. Glad to talk to you. Same. I'm looking forward to Friday. I was just going to ask you, are you excited about Friday? So the blue is Anastasia, aka Juliana, aka Brendan. And the green, this is Ryan. Gosh, he ain't know what he was going into. We are going to have an interesting size disparity. What? I'm right now. It's been difficult not to off. Whoa, he was ready. Yeah, he was ready. Poor guy. And then BB or Juliana takes back because I am super excited and looking forward to meet your aggression. Woo. Dom side. Woo. We are going to have an interesting size disparity. Why and what are you most excited about? He says, wait, you like the facial abuse clip and the rough one before? So that is interesting start. Or he must have sent her some clips of some stuff. When you asked about tiny cuts, can you tell me about that? Oh, so they had somebody like all the way. This 48 pages long. Oh, no. Y'all know I ain't going through no 48 pages of this mess. I ain't going through no 48 pages of that. Y'all can do that at your own time. Look, y'all can do that at your own time. I'm not about to do that. That's too much mess. I'm assuming this is after the redrum because I remember her being outside with that on. Her back. The other side. No, those wasn't her glasses, y'all. Wait a minute, let me share it with y'all. I don't think it's her mugshot. I think they were taking photos of her prior to arresting her, but those are not her glasses. Look at her glasses. Those must have been Ryan's glasses. I think somebody said those was Ryan's glasses, right? Okay. Yeah, her glasses don't look like that. Her glasses are not these glasses. These glasses even got hair on them. Y'all see it? Like it still even got a piece of hair on it. They were Ryan's? Okay, Just Shamrock said they were Ryan's. Okay. Thanks, Just Sham. Okay. Her little bloody shoes and socks. Those were her shoes and socks. Okay, so these must have been his handcuffs, his clips, and his watch. And I'm talking about BB. They are still in deliberations, an hour and 35 minutes. Okay, so that's all the evidence that was admitted on January the 13th. Let's move to the 14th. Oh, this is her plea form. It says, my name is Twerking Tina. My date of birth is 5/27/2000. I am 24 years old. I am represented by counsel Ryan Campbell and Kimberly Stover. I am entirely satisfied with this great deal that they got me. I have received a copy of the warrant or the indictment being called upon me, and I have read and I have discussed this with my attorneys, and I fully understand all these charges against me. I am the person named in this indictment. I have discussed all the charges and its elements with my lawyers, and I understand what the Commonwealth must prove before they find me guilty. I already knew I was guilty, so I have had enough time to discuss with my lawyers and possible defenses that I may have, and I don't have a defense. I also discussed with my lawyers whether I should plead guilty or not guilty. And after discussion, I decided for myself that I should plead guilty. I am entering a plea of guilty freely and voluntarily. I am entering a guilty plea because I am guilty. I did these crimes. My attorney advised me that the law provides the following: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year imprisonment. A fine of no more than $2,500 or both. I understand that if this court sentenced me to a term of incarceration, it may be imposed an additional term of not less than 6 months, no more than 3 years, all of which could be suspended, conditional upon successful completion of a period of post-release supervision. I understand by pleading guilty to these crimes, I am waiving all the following rights to a trial: the right to be tried by a jury, the right to not incriminate myself, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses against me, the right to defend myself. No one connected with my arrest and the prosecution, such as the police and the Commonwealth's attorney, sheriff, or any other person, has threatened me, forced me to plead guilty, or made any promises concerning my plea, other than stated in paragraph 8. Okay. The following plea agreement is full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will null pros count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend that the defendant be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, providing she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. Testify, snitch, tell it all, girl. All the terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in the discretion of the court. What does that tell y'all? The Commonwealth will recommend that the defendant be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at the time served at the time of sentencing. What does that tell y'all? It tells me that when she goes to sentence, it's going to be time served. She don't have no more jail time. Okay. If I understand that if I'm not a U.S. citizen, I got to take my ass back home. The exclusion from any admission to this country, the denial of any naturalization under federal law, to take my ass back to Brazil happily. Thank you. Okay, so that was the only thing that was admitted on the 14th. Now we are working with the 18th, y'all. Just so y'all know, when I present these ones on the 18th, guys, this look like this is more of the scene of the crime. So please, they may be graphic photos. Viewer discretion advised. Matter of fact, let me see if I can put up the little discretionary thing, because Because I'm just going through these I'm asking y'all, I'm just going through them at the same time. So I'm just seeing them, clicking on them. So I really don't see what they are until they actually come up. Okay. So that can help us there. This way, SD can get her little evilness on, her darkness, her dark side. So that's the measurements from the floor to the top of the bed mattress. They trying to get the height. I'm assuming, I don't know if this is somebody falling, showing that somebody was falling off the bed, or I don't know what this part is about. But that's part of that got to be the bed, because the bed is brown. So oh, I can't show y'all that one. That one got the body in it, some body parts in it. Whoa, I wasn't expecting to see that one. We can't see. I can't show y'all that one. That's got too much. Oh, that's a lot. Whoa, okay. I won't do that one. Okay, this is the blanket. This is when they collected into the evidence room, and it's kind of like I'm believing this is the comforter, and this is them letting it dry out. The dried up blood and things on the blanket, the comforter. Yeah, I'm okay. I wasn't expecting to see that. I can't show that one to y'all. I can't show that one. It got body parts, and yeah, it's a little way too gory. This is the sheet. Wait a minute. I don't want that taking my whole screen. Look at drunk. You talk about some discord. I will send it over there. I forgot y'all got that other means. Y'all can't do it on YouTube. Let me see. Let me get back to it. Take it to trial, general. I probably need to make a thing for graphic photos. I'm gonna put it in, it's gonna be in the bucket called graphic photos, y'all. Just in case everybody that's part of it don't want to see it. Okay, it's in graphic photos for y'all. Okay. That's done. Okay, let's see what's next. More photos of the blanket, the comforter. I'm assuming this photo that's loading is this towel that they were saying that it doesn't match up to what Brendan was saying. You know, BB was saying that he was using the towel to try to stop the you know, the blood. Well, no, that couldn't happen. So this is not enough. It ain't even enough blood on here to even try to be stopping that, right? So we know that. I don't know what towel he was using or what he was doing, but that didn't work. Okay. I guess this is after the bodies were removed. You can see all the blood and gore everywhere. Yeah. I think we had seen from the blood splatter expert when she was talking about the different blood spatters. I don't know how somebody got on this little pillow thing, but somebody was on it. Oh, gosh, it was a lot of it. Look at all that. Y'all see that? There go the knife. Yeah, possibly so. No, I don't think she saw the crime scene, Allison. She was in the basement. There's the knife. That knife big. Golly. I can see the hair and everything on it, like little pieces of hair. Here's the weapon. You see, it got blood all over it. I'm forgetting where I'm at in the photos. I'm so retarded. I guess this is after they took everything off the bed. Says this stain is where the gun was on the body worn camera right here. This stain is from the patrol putting medical intervention on the bed. This stain does not need testing. So that's where the gun was put. Got splatter over here on the wall. You can see it right here. Right here. Hopefully y'all can see my cursor. Hamper. Darn, he ain't no good. Like, who does that to somebody? I want to know. So maybe she was wearing glasses, because I want to know whoever had these glasses on was really close to everything, because it is like tons of splatter. Do BB wear glasses? He don't wear glasses. We know it wasn't Juliana glasses, because she got on her glasses after the incident. Man. Because with all this splatter, I'm thinking that it matches with the glasses. Here, another overview photo. Oh, this is a dog bed. This is the book bag they were talking about. I'm not sure whose book bag that is. Verdict watch clock at 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 30 seconds. I'm assuming that must have been Brendan's. Yeah, he did. You can see it over there. Marilda. So that was where he ended up at. Oh, this was Joseph's book bag. Because here go the kit. I don't know, what was these for? What would be the clothes hanging clippers for? What, nipple clips or something? What's that for? What's this crowbar for? Like, what was he planning on doing? He got locks and chains, and I don't know, this is like an engine belt. What was he about to do to her? Oh, okay. So here the Walmart receipt that kind of tells us what stuff he went and got. Oh, this is the Astro Glide. Okay. Diddy. Well, that's the type of stuff Diddy was into, that Astro Glide. Forget that KY. What's up with that Astro Glide? Are these the lawyers that BB mama paying for? I'm pretty sure she is. I think. Yeah, because I think I think that she made as much money as him. So I don't even think that he would have been like, even if he had to pay spousal support. Oh, look at that. Look, they got like the light on it. That's the blanket, just so y'all know. Okay, that's just showing. That's another photo of just the blanket. So this is what the jury back there doing. They're going through all these photos that we currently going through, guys. Here go his jeans. They put it all the way on a dummy, just in case you thought it was wrong and it didn't. It did. This is the jeans that Brendan probably had on. His jacket. They pointed this out because this has like the the drips. If y'all can see them. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them right up in here. I don't know if he was wiping his pants on the pants or what. Now, I don't know how he got a spot on the back of his pants, but he got a spot right here on the back of his pants. Just some more photos of his pants. I'm just trying to get through the pants photos. These are shoes that he had on. Back to her little shoes. It's all at the bottom of her shoe. All on the side. Just inside the thing. Back to the Backstreet Boys. That's the whole. The defect. Here are Ryan's genes. Up close. Yeah, I can show it, drunkie. Oh, that's just the map of the McDonald's. We've seen that. Oh, wait a minute. They're about to show me the McDonald's video. I don't need that. We've seen that before. Fake calls. Why was he calling Amanda? Y'all see that? Why was he calling Amanda? He was calling Amanda at 10:06? Or were they calling him? Maybe they were calling him. Missed calls. This might have been Juliana's phone. So this might have been Juliana's phone in her record. I see Brendan. Her calling 911. Oh man, I wish I could see the times. And then this is when she called back. It looked like they were probably 911 called her. She called them back. Yeah, screenshot of Christine's phone. I'm trying to see what's coming up. I don't know what this is. It just looks like it's about to be a photo of the house. Yeah, I think this is Ryan's vehicle right here. I don't know. I guess it's showing that the dog go downstairs to eat. Yeah, I don't know what that's for. Pretty sure they got photos of probably all of the house, right? I don't know why they showing that, what that's about. Let me see what else they got. It look like the next ones is just photos, maybe photos just of the house. They taking a minute to load. Oh yeah, this is the new bedroom. It changed over. They like purple. Dang, they got a big photo of them. And the other thing, it didn't look that big. Big photo right here. Your boy and his girl. Big photo right here. They like the Cowboys. I don't know if they've been in some Super Bowls, if that's what that's about. If he been in some Super Bowls, let's see what this is right here. She like Victoria's Secret. Definitely know that's her side of the bed. He got that lotion over there. Get lubed up. Let's see. Okay. I like how when you click on their pictures, it lets you zoom in automatically. I assume that the jury is having a okay time when maneuvering through all of this stuff because you can just click on it and kind of like zooms in. You click on it, it takes you to the internet file. So this is just awesome. It's loading up the closet that we once seen before. You know, this is the main closet now. They then moved her out and now they moved in. Hey Lynn. Drunky, you want to send me you got the link for the interview or is it something I should look up? Wait a minute. while I try to find this interview. I'm put back on her thing real quick while I try to find this interview.
Their profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? Take a look at this spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72. And then if we can move down to cell number 571. I have to blow it. Say it again. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So in this conversation, and let's make sure I'm looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448-599-624.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in this conversation, there's some initial talk. And then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud. Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and cuffs, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when we look at cell number 572, this user responds to the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet. We'd need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the second or third time, once trust is there. And then in 573, this user says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you tell her, I'm not interested in going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the thrill of the first meeting. Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife users saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public. And this person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time we meet. So why is it important why is it significant why is it again that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind, that to happen in the house, the person would need to come over, bring their stuff. And because it was not real, it was not Christine talking. So there was no way going out on the date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
71, correct?
Yes. Okay. Okay. And then just again, make sure we're looking at the same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it. So it looks like this conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And if we could look at cell 145. So in this conversation, can you take a look at cells 145, 146, 147, and 148, 149? And so this user is still expressing, this is a new user, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house. This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Yes.
And then this user in cell number 143 tells her, the concept is very hot, yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up and taking advantage of you. Is that what the intent was? To have someone come in?
Yes.
And to behave in the manner.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions. It's been.
I'll sustain this.
I'll move on. Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel?
No.
Or at another user's home or work?
No.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected.
Yes.
Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would be the person to play the role that needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And Did you and the defendant ever use any other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes,
And what form of communication was that?
it was a telegram.
And were you present when the Telegram account was created?
Yes,
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram.
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
By texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
I think so. Your Honor, we can switch from the table to the podium.
Which one? The podium?
Yeah, podium.
Okay, podium. Take the chair.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Yes,
What did he say?
that was the first thing he said. As soon as I said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth 73, and I would ask for this to be displayed to counsel and witness only. And if I could have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
Okay. Do you have something on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, Commonwealth 73 has been stipulated, admissibility has been stipulated by the parties.
All right, yes, sir. Okay, that's true. Okay, 73 in evidence. Thank you.
Yep. And so we could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll, this is a lengthy exhibit, so I'm not going to scroll through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from Anastasia. Who is operating the Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see the green bubbles are from Joe, the owner of Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, or 24.
I'm looking at page 2. Joe sends a message on February 20th that says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward to page 28. Which I apologize for the scrolling. There is a photograph in one of Joe's posts that I'm going to try to blow up here. take a look at the photograph. Do you see it in front of you?
Yes,
Did Brendan see that photograph?
he did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
Yeah,
What did he say?
that that was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife that would be easier.
All right. And I'm going to move down to page 41. On page 41, we see the Anastasia profile. Again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes,
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement. Who sent that message?
Brendan.
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the US?
No.
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
No,
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that's the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom, and he would be the one screaming, and I would just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard because the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people wouldn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him. Yes,
And could you?
barely.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway. Other times I would park by the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brendan told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, and or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away, and yeah.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras, the doors. She knew that our neighbor, she didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine to the day that happened. He wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away, so he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something, and yeah, and so that he wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or, I'm
supposed,
sorry, how did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to like change, and so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home, and
What was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
he had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, then we would be leaving the house early, and so yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because she didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't hear?
Yeah. Why was the conversation in person?
So you don't be me requesting, telling her that we're going, asking to go, and yeah, so you want things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan.
Okay. Was there really an au pair trip planned for the zoo that morning?
No, it's not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, what happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone, and went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christina was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How did you contact him?
A Telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on the
Oh, I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is
can
already in
publish it to the jury. Thank you.
I apologize. I don't know exactly on what page.
We're looking at Commonwealth 73. Do I need to pull that exhibit up for y'all to look at? Or y'all good out here in these streets? They still deliberating. Let's do this. I know Drunky wanted me to play the interview with Joseph Ryan's mom. Let's do that. That happened a day ago.
I remember when I got the call from the detective. He called me and he told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming. And I remember that moment, and I remember where I was sitting, and I remember his words. But it was almost like it was outside of my body, hearing that he had been killed.
Talked. Okay, so that looks like it cut off.
Told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming. And I remember that moment, and I remember where I was sitting, and I remember his words. But it was almost like it was outside of my body, hearing that he had been killed.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. This was kind of out of character, right? Not that he brought a knife, but the idea of actually cutting a woman. Like, he could bring a knife and you just sort of play act. It's not, you're not using that knife. You're just brandishing the knife. Mm-hmm. And it's not intended, you know, it's role play. It's not the same thing. So we had discussed that in the past, and it wasn't a strange topic.
What do you want people to know who are hearing you say that and they are passing judgment? What do you want them to know and think about before they pass judgment?
I want them to look in the mirror. That's what I want. If they have issues, they're their issues. And maybe they're ashamed of their own sexual desires.
All right, so that was Deirdre.
Was that most of it, drunky? Let me make sure it wasn't no more. I get her, right? I don't care how much he was a freak and how many times he wanted to bring a knife. And this lady, her hair seemed like it's too big for her face. But all right, I'm gonna let her live. That's just my opinion. But she got a whole lot of hair and a little face. Like that hairstyle too big for her. Y'all see that? That hairstyle look too big for her to me. It's a pretty hairstyle, but it's too big for her. Yeah, well, I mean, even if mine was into that, don't mean that he should be unalived. I mean, just because everybody else is not into their, sexual desires or kinks, and he was free with his, and there's people out here that's like that. It is nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Fed life, met life, it is nothing. Oh, look at Barbara. Barbara said, ain't nothing. It's very normal in that world because I used to be part of that world. What'd you say, Mom? Knew he was oversharing with his mom. Maybe him and his mom was real cool. Him and his mom real cool. He like, sure. This is the type of stuff that I like to do. This is how I get down. He may not told her all the stuff that he was doing. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this other video, y'all.
He is accused of killing fans about remembering specific dates.
Remember either. Your brain has a way to defense mechanism, it's called, and it protects.
Exclusively to 7 News about her experience with that former au pair.
Yeah, she says the person she trusted with her children isn't the person she's watching on the stand right now. 7 News reporter John Gonzalez with us live outside the Fairfax County Courthouse with more on what she is saying. John, good morning.
Adam, good morning to you. Only on 7 this morning, Sarah Kerrigan Kent, a Fairfax County mother here, says she hired this Brazilian au pair, Juliana Perez Malgalles, a number of times. She used the platform, the app known as Bambino. It is an online app that allows parents to communicate with and screen babysitters before they are hired. Well, Kerrigan Kent says Malgalles babysat for her family for about a year and a half, more than 20 times before and after the murders. These are text messages, take a look, she received while her son was in the au pair's care 3 months after the crimes. She says the caregiver was so trusted, she even recommended her to another mother. Now, watching the trial, she says the woman on the stand is unrecognizable.
So I used her.
It
went really well. She played with my son. She wasn't just like putting him on an iPad and letting him like roam free. She really was engaged with him. She did activities with him. She was really, honestly, a great babysitter. So I found out because the other mother called me. So the mother that I had given the recommendation to, she ended up not showing up for work. And that wasn't typical for Juliana. Like, she had a very good work ethic, and she ended up calling the police.
Kerrigan Kent also tells me Mauga Yaiz asked for a reference in the summer of 2023, months after prosecutors say the killings took place, and she found it odd that Mauga Yaiz never drove, always dropped off and picked up by a man she says resembled Brendan Banfield.
And when I knew her, she was very bubbly, very sweet, very enthusiastic. But to know that I had someone in my home that was capable of this obviously doesn't sit well. It doesn't make me feel very good about my judge of character or something like that. But honestly, like I don't think I could have really done anything differently.
This local mother has much more to share. We have the full interview on our homepage this morning. In the meantime, the trial moves forward. That divide, trusted caregiver versus accused co-conspirator, only growing sharper inside the courtroom. More on how day 2 went and what to expect in day 3, including those chilling.
Let me see. I don't even know where the sound coming from. Wow. So there we go. Jury still out. 2 hours, 48 minutes, 12 seconds. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else we should look at besides her. Let's see here. Okay. So we have heard from Ryan's mom. I am going to put us back in so we can watch some more. It looks like we got about an hour. If they don't do anything in an hour, because one of the jurors has to leave at 2:30. So if they don't have anything in an hour, I think we're going to be done with that. Jack.
I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Is that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
Yes, that's the tab that will control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah,
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
it has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna lock. And
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 231.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, 231?
And that can be published to the jury.
And published.
Yes. What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view. All right. Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after a text to Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun.
What kind of gun?
Handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go, and what was going to happen next?
He was going to stay, he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower. And he would stay there until whenever I call him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Jariah pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christina a call, but her phone would be off and it would go to voicemail. And I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared. And yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Yeah.
Did you go to the car?
Yes.
And did you put Valerie inside the car?
Yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone.
Okay.
So I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
Think after a couple minutes, I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive. What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway, parked next to Christine's car, and I called. After I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there's somebody strange coming to the house. I'm scared, and he told me he would, for me to stay there, he would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is gonna happen. You do this, and then you do that, and that's gonna happen. But I cannot say for sure like the period, like when that was. I cannot say it.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house. You've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived. He parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No. After when I saw it, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
So guys, I was still clicking in these documents to kind of see if there was something else that we would want to see. I did find her 4-page letter. I'm writing you a 4-page letter. And I enclosed it with, oh, hers is a 2-page letter. I think this is a letter to her mom. Yeah, I think this is a letter to her mom. Not to him, but to her mom. Let me see what else is in here. You know, Brandon, he has so many zips. Oh, dear Brandon, my handsome. Woo, baby. He got a 2-page letter. What other letter? She got a letter to her mom, a letter to BB, her handsome. And then she got another letter to Brandon. Now, this one is definitely a 4-page letter because it is number 1 through 4. What other letters we got in here? Dang, this is a 5-page letter. Holy smokes. Did Brendan write her at all, or he just said forget her? We would need Pretty Brown here because I can't even understand what these messages say because your message back from the mom is it's in a whole different language. Mm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. They may be going over all these exhibits. Hey, James, welcome in. Birdie clock at 3 hours, 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Whoever had an appointment, they canceled their appointment. They said, we working late tonight. We working late tonight. We about to get this over with. I mean, I think if I was a juror and I had an appointment and we was in deliberations, I'd be like, I'm canceling my appointment. Let's get this over with. What y'all need me here for? What all we need to do? How tight is this vote? How close are we to making a decision? Now I call my doctor or whoever I got to call and tell them, I look, we'll do this another day. Oh, you got us another thing. Former employee of accused. SD, is that? Oh, SD, is that the? Wait a minute. SD, what you just dropped in the, on the Discord? Is that the babysitter interview or something different? Okay. Let me pull it up. Thank you. I guess you didn't want me to read the 4-page letter. I'm writing you a 4-page letter.
Trial in Fairfax County. Accused mistress and au pair was back on the stand yesterday to testify against her former boss and lover, Brendan Banfield.
Yeah, so he is accused.
Oh, we see
Everything went really well. She played with my son. She wasn't just like putting him.
I think this is the one we seen, SD. Yeah, you talk about this one, SD. Drunky sent it to us earlier. Yeah, we saw it. she said she got groundbreaking news. Where were you at, SD? Three hours and 6 minutes.
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brendan had told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything, did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something I was told to do. It was part of his plan.
And say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brendan's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I do not recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening, and he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. When you're slapping somebody, that's the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out, and because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same, and he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan.
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way, I'll describe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, she yelled, "Police officer." And Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. Then she yelled back at Brendan, saying, "Brendan, he has a knife." And yeah, that's when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah.
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
Shocked.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had seen me, and she said, she had asked what you do to Brendan, I think regarding to that he shot Joe. And she said my name. She told me to be on the call 911.
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
I will say that's one consistency in their statements. Brendan did say that he stopped and he heard skin slapping, right? She said that they stopped and they heard skin slapping. Brendan also said that when he opened the door, he said police. That matches, those are two things that I've noticed right quickly that match in their statements. Let's go.
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brennan looks at me and just in a way for me like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, Juliana, hang up the call?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was on top of Christine. Joe was laying there, and for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stabbing her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
Her neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening, I ran to the other side of the bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes. And a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her, and he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
Randy, get up and say she a liar. Get up, get up.
He said he was holding the knife in a position.
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding on to the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
I was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like, she was here, and Brenna was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet, and I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
What the blood feel like?
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
I walking around, I would say freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe, and he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about, and I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe, and before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes, and I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. If I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
These photos were taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes, and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry, if I admit them into evidence and then publish them to the jury.
No objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence.
And I'm just gonna click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please. What did you do next?
I'm sorry. Oh,
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
at that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV, and I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving. He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
That's when you, could you say that again?
I fired.
Okay, so that right there in her statement, everything can't be true. Because remember, she's saying the reason why she pew-pewed him is because he was moving. Right there in that statement, she said, he's moving, Brendan, he's moving. And she's saying that was her justification for pew-pewing him too. But I guess I don't know who to believe, because the ME, well, I guess we done heard two different tales of this, because to my understanding, the first that he got, when he got shot in the head, talking about Ryan, that there wouldn't have been no dang on moving. Yeah, Allison, they are taking their time. And if they're taking their time, they're probably taking their time because they running into little stuff like this. Like just what I just said, like, okay, well, wait a minute. Let's really unpack this, because we going by her statement, like, okay, now is she trying to, what was her level of involvement? Not to say that they are there to determine if she's guilty or not, because she already pled guilty to what she wanted to plead guilty to. But considering that she got this old gravy deal, well, yeah, let's figure this out. But interesting. So that's one thing that I don't know what she talking about, because everything can't be true in regards to that part. But they are still out 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 seconds.
And when you say you fired what?
A gun.
The gun that was where?
In my that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes.
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
I really find the CCC very amazing how it captures all the snorts. It literally puts in the CC snort, sneeze, cough, clears throat. My next question in regards to, like, as we break it down and listening to her testimony here that we were talking about. Like, I don't even understand. Well, I'm gonna let her breathe. Let me let her live. Let me let her go.
What you know?
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbed in Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yeah,
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when told me Brendan told me that he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already like at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valor and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
So what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk to a lawyer, or this is ever going to happen, like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
Ms. Bristler, is this a good break point for the day? Yes. Possibly? Yes. All right, you want to check with?
Judge, if I could have 1 moment.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, this is a fine place to stop.
All right, just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Just a reminder tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media.
So they are still deliberating. Look at this mess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is her letter. You know, they didn't let us read all the letters. So we got this is the 5-page letter. That ain't probably about to happen. Let's see here. This is the 4-page letter. I'm writing you a 4-page letter. Oh, wait a minute. So he was writing her letters? I got your letters today. And they were not what I was expecting. First, I understand why I had the feeling like something was off. And I asked you before if you were keeping something from me. Now I know. I want to first apologize for being so hard on you this whole time and for making you feel I want to say conflicted about sharing those things with me, because I said I did not want you to know. After I read your letters, I felt bad because of everything you've been going through. And I didn't know, and I'm not there for you. It was hard because it made me realize how selfish and how stubborn I can be. It's not that I don't believe you, are struggling or sad or depressed. Deep down, I know you're going through a lot. I feel so bad because of what I'm going through. This hell blinds me about what other people are feeling. But I know it's true. When I hear that your mom, my mom, and everyone else says they feel bad for me and they are afraid, I think to myself, nobody is more afraid and sad and upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we will have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. Will it be up to the 12 people to decide? However, I'm not writing to talk to you about me right now. I'm so sorry. You are taking medication for depression. I hope it doesn't make you numb or any bad expects. What? I don't know what that means. I choose not to take mine anymore. I didn't like how it made me feel, and I didn't think I deserved to feel like this. A way to torture myself. And I really hope whenever this is over, you won't need that anymore. I want you to feel good again, and I want to be there for you and with you, doing my best to help you. I blame myself for you being in this situation. Maybe because I was so hard on you and I made you feel so bad. Maybe the way I talked to you, the many things, or I just made it worse. I am so sorry, baby. I really am. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Y'all not gonna, I'm gonna puke. Oh gosh. She about to drive me crazy. Let me check on the time. Okay, 3:37. Okay, I'll continue my reading. My desperation of voices. What did she say? Oh gosh, she is so sorry. Oh gosh. I feel you when you said you can't express how you're feeling without crying, having to break down. I go through the same thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so blind that I can't see your struggle. Now that I'm okay with you doing, I don't know what that is doing. Again, sorry that I made it so hard for you, even do that. I don't know what I don't know what that means. Sorry that you've been waking up so early to go to work, then get Valerie ready for school, talking to me during the daytime, working part-time and all of that. Oh my gosh, he has to get the baby ready. He has to go to work. He has to work a part-time job. I hope you know I'm really grateful and appreciate you, just like everything you have been doing. Things I know and things I am not aware of. I know you struggle. I know you're trying hard. And I'm sorry if sometimes I make you feel like you're not doing enough, that I don't recognize. I know you're sacrificing things for me and for us too. You are a genuine person, caring, loving, affectionate, responsible. I know you're committed to me and only me and us. I want you to know that if I don't get life or go to prison, I want to be there with you and for you, and we'll make it through this together. I'll make sure you'll be yourself again and happy. We'll do it together. I promise you. I owe you a lot and I love you more than anything to just give up on you or us. Thank you for loving me and being committed to me and for not giving up, even when I gave you a reason. I'm so sorry to take out all my insecurities. I know they might be nonsense to you, but for me, they're not. Also, I know I should trust you and feel secure, although you're the cheater that I know you are. I'm just afraid of losing you while I'm in here. Like I explained to you, the reasons before. I can't just ask you to sit around and wait for me in living or not having fun because I feel insecure of things happening or insecure of knowing how you look at other people or what you do because you might be sex starved. Oh, let me check the time. I cannot. I probably, I cannot. If y'all probably can see my facial expressions, it's probably really gonna drive y'all crazy. She doing the most in this letter. I crack myself up sometimes. She say sex starved. What the hell is sex starved? Man, where am I at in this mess? Talk about some doggone sex starved. I shouldn't be worried about none of that, but I am. But you're right. You didn't give me a reason to break up with you. Are they breaking up with each other while they're in jail? My reaction to this situation is all wrong. And I don't want to be more hurt. So I tend to push people away to avoid things. I don't want to feel jealous or upset. If you're doing something and take it out on you, making you feel bad, you don't deserve this. So if we're going to be together, I want to make sure to get over these issues, work on them so I don't make you unhappy. I think from here, I can do anything and get much better because it's about so many things for me not being there. I love you with all my heart, and I will always love you. I don't want to be with you and our dreams to come true. Oh no, I do want to be with you. I was like, dang, why she say she don't want to be with him? I do want to be with you and our dreams to come true. Have a family and things we talked about. I never felt so sure of anything in my life as I do when it's about you and us. I never felt so sure about someone. You mean everything to me. I choose you every day. I choose to give my all. I am all myself to you. My love, my attention, my care, my desire, my affection, and loving you in a way I've never loved anyone else. In a way everybody wants to be loved. I am 100% committed to you, and I'm proud of you of holding your hand and showing our love. After all of this, I want us to go to sleep together and wake up together every day. They really thought this was about to happen. I want to be your medicine, your cure from your depression, your anxiety. Girl, he got anxiety and depression because he worried about them coming to get him. Just like you will be mine, I want to cuddle and go to sleep peacefully in your arms and feeling in love and warmth and 100% sure when I wake up that you will be there. It's been 6 months, but the nights are still tough without you. They're cold, they're sad, lonely, and a lot of crying. I keep toilet paper beside my bed. LOL. I would never get used to anything without you, no matter for how long we've been apart. Everything I think about, I want to do for you are these there, including because I can't picture my life without you. I have everything, underline, I need in one person, and that's you, baby. Let me check on our time. 3 hours and 44 minutes and 29 seconds. I'm incredibly and 100% in love with you and attracted to you at the same time. I hope I make it very clear every day. It has always been this way. You didn't even know it. I was all yours. You had me even before you knew it. I'm here for you. I want always to be. I want to call you my husband and tell everybody that my kid's daddy and my handsome husband. I will be very happy about that. Thank you for letting me into your life, for letting me love you. I'm very lucky to have you, and I will take care of you. And I hope these 3 months fly by so I can get back in your arms. They took everything away from me. They made me doubt myself, but there was never a day where I felt different about you. Even wanted to push you away. They never touched my feelings for you. Truly and forever yours, Twerking Tina. Okay, there go the first 4-page letter. I'm writing you a 4-page letter. She should have signed. Look, she got all her daggone hearts and stuff. Also, I sent a cup. What'd she say? A cup cover gamble. I don't know what the heck that is. With the heart mode. I forgot the name. I couldn't. Oh, so she got all her hearts and stuff. I guess you ain't got nothing better to do. 3 hours and 46 minutes and 39 seconds. I tell you, I'm writing you a 4-page letter. And I enclose closed it with a kiss. Ooh. Oh, this one 2 pages. I want to know what his letters say. They didn't bring any of his. Did they bring any of his letters in that I can go back here and look through these documents? I want to see what he said. Or didn't the prosecution team bring in some of his letters where he was talking about they was naming kids and stuff? Hey, therapist. We gonna need therapy after these letters. I don't know. They did? Okay, let me see if I can find them. I'm probably better as a girl than a guy. So that letter was that was April 12th, 2024. That's the letter to her. Now, this one is earlier, January 3rd, 2024. I mean, that's just like a man would do you. How you have you unalive his wife, how you sitting up in jail and he out with the next girl and you in there driving yourself cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Because that's exactly what she doing in these letters. She driving herself cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs up in jail because she worried Brendan gonna be smashing the next hot thing that come along, which he probably was. Brendan, whatever. BB. Twerking Tina says she need to be out twerking. I need to be there and twerking on you. Lord. Let me see. I'm telling y'all, they got 372 exhibits up in here. The defense did not come to play. They weren't playing at all. They got 372 exhibits up in this joint. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know where to begin with that. Because I don't know. They look so happy. I don't know why he did that. He's so stupid. Let me see. I was trying to see if I could see any of I don't even know what Day Exhibits is about, to be honest. I don't even know what this stuff is. I know they got all the photos in here. I don't see where I can't see the state ones that they put in there. I'm just kind of clicking through here. I don't think it's going to be in BB's evidence. So let me see. Let me see if I could find it in the state evidence. I don't see him in the state's evidence. Oh my goodness. Lord. Merelda. That's not her in there. Oh my goodness. I just ran into another one of those photos, y'all. I guess y'all want me to put it in Discord, right? Let me put it in there for y'all. Damn. I wasn't expecting to see that. Here you go. Here you go, SD. Okay, there you go, SD. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let me see. I was trying to look for the doggone letter, and I'm finding all types of stuff that I don't need to find. Look at this goofy. He look like a goofy. He look like a goofy, don't he? He look like a goofy. Ooh, that's another photo. I tell you, when me having to go in here and look at these photos, I'm running into these photos and I'm not prepared. I'm sending them right your way so you can get your darkness off. Gosh. You got another one coming your way? As I'm running into one. Lord, I'm gonna take these off my computer. They be trying to say I was looking at gory stuff. She was trying to see what it mean. Damn, I couldn't really. Who? I did not remember them doing that, but okay. I don't know. They may not be leaving at the time. Because I would have thought the judge would have brought them in there to dismiss them. I think they decided to work late. I'm assuming this was the closet on the day of the incident that they took picture of her. What do you mean you don't see them yet? They in there? Barb, you say you seen them? Oh yeah, I see some. I think I put them in there. Shoot, maybe I didn't. I don't know. I thought I put them in there. Y'all can't see them? It's like 4 of them in there. Oh, she said the jury's dismissed to Monday. They still got their little clock going. They so ratchet with their clock. Oh, they cut it off. They cut off the source feed. I guess that's our cue. I guess this is our cue. They ain't bring them in there to say nothing. Stop your clock. Ma and grind. I don't know. Yeah, it's like 4 of them in there. Or do I gotta send them? Shoot, I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, you may proceed.
Oh, y'all remember this case? Oh, thanks so much for letting us know. The jury has departed, so we all know that it's going to be Monday Fun Day. Monday Fun Day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Unless they won't let me give y'all that thing. I don't know. Okay. Here you go. Oh, there it go. I'm sorry. Here it come, y'all. There it go. There it go. It seemed like I got to type a message or something with it. I didn't know. I guess I didn't send it. But there you go. Let's see. I'm writing you a 4-page letter, and I enclosed it with the gift. Look at her talk about, oh, not so bad. I tell you, that SD, she a gangster. SD a gangster out here in these streets. She a gangster in these streets. SD said, that's light work, baby. SD said, that's light work out here in these streets. Oh boy. Well, I guess that kind of like puts us at a standstill since we don't have a. You think you should have been? I think you should have been an MEE too, because it seemed like you got a very tough stomach. I'm writing you a full. Oh, I'm gonna have that song in my head all day, y'all. Y'all gonna have that song in your head? Cause I am. Oh gosh. I'm gonna be singing Aaliyah all night. Yeah, so I'm writing you a 4-page letter, and I enclosed it with the kiss. Well, we know you have, Barbara, because you're a nurse. But for me, I have not seen things like that. That's all I can say. You say, do you think they unzipped his pants? I don't know. What is that hook thing that's around his hand? Do y'all know what that is? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, to come in there and see that. I noticed that, just so y'all, I don't see they didn't put no pictures of her. Not that I went through all the evidence file folders, so I guess to be safe to say, but I didn't see any pictures of her. I do see pictures of the car in here. Let me see if there's anything else. Seemed like a very cluttery kitchen to me. Like, this cluttery to me. This is too much mess going on. This is just too much. This is too much cluttering for me. Yeah, that would be a cluster. Like, I couldn't deal with all that stuff right there. That's junky to me. They said her phone was all the way down here. Now Brendan knew that wasn't gonna work. Now what he take the phone and put it all the way down here for? What the hell wrong with him? He done put the phone all the way down here, y'all. Y'all see this? He done put the phone all the way down here in this drawer. He know he need to be ashamed of himself. Like, that don't even make sense. I don't know I guess it's Juliana's room. Used to be her room because she moved on out. Oh yeah, this must be her room. Because you see they always talked about this yellow and green shirt, how it got moved into the main bedroom. Yeah, so this is after the fact, and how that yellow and green, there it go again. It's it's in the main bedroom now, baby. Okay, those are the 911 calls. That's the window guy stuff. This the McDonald's footage. We don't need to see that. See his 7-minute bathroom stint. Probably didn't even wash his hands. Little nasty. He a little nasty. Nasty ass. And then when he washed his hands. Okay. Okay. She said, Catherine, oh no. Sorry to hear that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no. Dang, she was just in a commercial for where she was calling Big Kevin in the Home Alone Capital One commercial. I don't know. They call themselves changing the bedroom around. If you didn't see in the photos, they call themselves like, because before it had a lot of carpet in there. So I think because they call themselves changing the bedroom around and like taking the carpet out, like, cause see, look what they did. They changed the bed. They got a whole new bed set. They got a whole new bedroom set. I love their bedroom. I would love to have a fireplace like this. The only time I done seen a fireplace like this is when I've been in Gatlinburg in the cabins, and they would have like the double side, and it would actually go to the bathtub area where it'd be like, I don't know what a bathroom is. I don't think it's the bathroom, but where it'd be like having a fireplace on two sides. But I think that's absolutely amazing. Like, dang. I'm in love with them for the fireplace. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't know what to do with this. That is beautiful. I'm cheap. I just got a wall. I gotta put the one on the wall. Just throw it on the wall. Fake it. You gotta fake it till you make it. Whatever. All right, guys. Well, I think that calls it a day for us. I don't know if anybody has any plans this weekend. I have no clue what I'm gonna do this weekend. I don't know. I haven't figured out. Haven't figured out just yet. Just have you do a rewatch of what? You have to send me what are you talking about on Discord? I'm gonna go ahead and get our outro song. Yeah, send whatever you talk about on Discord. We'll figure it out from there. I haven't decided what I want to do, if I want to do anything, or how I want to do anything. I am going to take it ear by ear, and I got to see what we got coming up next week. I know we got our Canero trial, but I don't know if we got anything else. But that's the only thing. I don't know if we have anything else besides our Canero trial. I got to figure that out.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Aurelia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we'll forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we'll forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side smiles and shatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.
Guilty Monday or else. Well, that's a notion to go off of. All right, guys, make sure you have your notification bell on. If you're on the replay crew, drop a note. It's cool. We will see what happens on Monday. I'll try to tap in with y'all this weekend. If not, I'll see you out on these YouTube streets. Peace.